live? Okay, hello. Are we live? Let me just see. This is the first time that I'm going live from. Oh, yes, we are. We are live from the ChessBase India Chess Club to witness Vishy Anand playing. But is my voice audible, guys? In the chat, please let me know if you can hear me. What you can see behind you and over here is the ChessBase India Chess Club. Everyone's here playing chess, and in between this atmosphere, we are doing the live commentary of Vishy Anand's Superbet Rapid Day 3. And there are so many people playing chess on a perfect atmosphere. People are saying low voice. Acha. Is my voice low? Low sound. Sound low? Okay. Wow, very low voice, but manageable. Okay. Let me see if I can somehow. Hello. Is my sound better? Hello. Maybe my sound, guys, let me know how the sound is, because the game is going to start in 3 minutes from now. Better, but okay. Let's see. Hello. If I hold it like this, it looks very silly. But desperate situations need desperate solutions. So who knows? Let's do it this way. Anything for Vishy Anand, for following him. And good now. Okay. Better. Abhi isse aur kuch nahi kar sakta hai. Only if I eat the mic. Yeah, everyone, please increase your volume so that. By the way, this is such a great environment to commentate. I'm in the ChessBase India Chess Club right now. Everyone's playing chess here. We have around 50-60 chess boards. And Udar, we are actually doing this live. So, matlab, epic. This is very epic what we are doing. And how did you make arrangement of internet, says Checkmate? Thanks to Asim here. He's the one who has made the arrangement for the internet. And, we are about to begin. In 1 minute from now, Anand is actually leading the tournament with 11 points, 2 points ahead of the field. He's going to face Richard Rapport today. And first oh, wow, Abhyuday has the standings here as well. Amazing. So he has 11 points, Richard Rapport on 9, Wesley So on 7, Jan Sistov Duda on 7. So this is how the standings are. I'm right now just in the club doing it with my Zoom, and Abhyudaya at home is handling the OBS. So that's how it is. And okay, yes, I think people do think, Abhyuday, if you can just see from your audio, if you can boost the sound somehow. Maybe there is a sound booster option in desktop audio settings. Something is there where you can increase the voice more, if possible. Because people are saying it is low sound. I don't know what more to do, guys, because this is the best I can achieve. So, kaisa hai awaaz? Okay, the game has not started yet, but maybe it will in a bit. Guys, एकदम perfect तो नहीं रहेगा घर जैसा. जैसे घर में it's like totally very quiet and nice. It cannot be that perfect, but okay. I mean, even if we are able to reach, sound is getting better. Okay, nice. Oh, E4 played by Gavrilescu, and Anand goes E5 here. Let's see what are we going to witness. Is it going to be, he goes knight F3. I'm sure Vishy goes knight to C6 here. Yes, knight C6. And is it going to be the Ruy Lopez, which happens after bishop B5? Or are we going to witness, oh, it's the Scotch. Scotch, Amruta would have been so excited. She plays Scotch always. E takes d4, knight takes d4, and now there are many moves, but knight f6 is the main line. Let's see what Vishy chooses here. He goes knight f6. Let me try something. Okay, let me try if there is yeah, knight f6 has been played here in this position. He takes, knight takes c6, b takes c6, and then e5 is going to come. And when white plays e5, there is one move that you all should know in this position. What is that move? He goes bishop d3. Oh, bishop d3 is not the main move. You know, e5 is the main move. But this is more like a bishop d3 is more like a solid system for white. And I think Vishy can go d5. This is a very normal move here. Yeah, he goes d5, hits the center. Yes, queen e7. Oparin, Vedanta here, Ekta Mehta, correct. And takes, okay. No, Vishy's chances of winning this tournament are really good. And there can be some lag, guys. So please bear with me. And now bishop e7 has been played after white castle. So now black wants to castle in this position as well. He plays c4. Interesting. Now, guys, what would you play? Would you castle? I think Vishy castles. Yeah. There is another move here which is d4, but that is not Anand's style. You know, like Anand is always very pragmatic, castles quickly. And yes, after cd5, let's say you take with the knight, you have an isolated pawns on c7 and a7. But on the other hand, you want to put your bishop on b7 and then just exactly, you want to put the bishop there and keep it active. That's the plan. So cd5 has been played by Gavrilescu. Yes, this opening is known as Scotch. Arjun Iyer says, why are the best chess players clean shaven? Is my beard stopping me from becoming a GM? Most likely, yes, Arjun, but maybe a little bit of opening preparation, middle game training, and end game play also. But that's not very important. The beard is the main thing. So now cd5 has been played. Actually, here knight takes d5 is one move. But guys, can you think of other moves in this position? Apart from knight d5. Okay, Vishy has taken knight takes d5. The other move that was possible here was bishop b7. All those who are asking why is it echoing and stuff, guys, that is because right now I'm not at home. I'm at the ChessBase India Chess Club. I wanted to be here in this atmosphere. I wanted to commentate from here every Saturday 5 to 7. We have the club here and I thought let's do it from here. Yes, bishop b7, Pranav Dandekar, Ayush Bankhade, Alok Raj, Renu Jain, LM Mystery. You are very right. Bishop b7 would have been right. And now after knight d5, bishop e4 is played by Gavrilescu. Okay, very interesting. He's actually pinned the knight over here. He's attacking the knight. If the knight moves, the rook is hanging. So what does black do now? What does black play? There are a few options, but what do you think is a good way to continue? C6 says Janak Raj Purohit. I like it. Bishop b7 says Aditya Vardhan. Renu Jain says bishop e6. So there are three moves that are coming to our minds. This and this. I think bishop b7 is slightly suspect. That is what I believe. Because here the bishop is undefended. And let's say after a move like queen b3, I'm attacking here. Okay. I'm also putting pressure here. And I want to put my rook on d1 and pin your knight to the queen. So this is what I want to do here. And I think that's the reason why bishop b7 might not be the best way to continue uh, for Vishy. C6 is possible, but you know, why to develop a pawn when you can actually move a piece? So bishop e6 looks like the most natural move here, and I think that looks like a very good idea. C6 is what many of you are saying is a good move. Yeah, C6 is possible. By the way, Anand, right now, for all those who are watching this tournament for the first time, he is leading at the Superbet Rapid tournament in Poland with a score of 11 out of 12. He won his first 5 rounds, and now this is he drew his sixth. This is the seventh round, and he's having a 2-point lead. Every win gets you 2 points, so he's not confirmed winner or anything like that, because Richard Rapport is right on his toes, right on his heels. But I think he has very good chances there, as you can see the standings there. Okay, Anand goes for the move c6. Ooh, Vishy actually prefers c6 over bishop e6. I don't know why he didn't choose bishop e6. What was the reason for it? Maybe Vishy thought that after bishop e6, there could be queen f3 with the idea of rook d1 here. Quite possible. So Sagar bhai ki आवाज भगवान जैसे क्यों आ रही है? Okay, that's good. That's good. I thought my voice was echoing and all, but it's a good way to say that your voice is echoing. Bhagwan जैसे. Okay, all those who said c6, well done. The move has been played on the board by Vishy Anand. And I think what David Gavrilescu, who is the last seed in this tournament and also currently at the last position, has done is that he has gone for an equalish position on the board. You know, he says that, okay, Anand is in great form. I don't want to take my chances. A draw would be good. Meanwhile, also we'll keep an eye on the game of Richard Rapport, because Richard is on Anand's, like he's just 2 points away from Vishy Anand. So this is the game of Richard Rapport. Rapport is white, and he's playing against Wojtaszek. It's a very equalish opening that has happened, some kind of a weird Sicilian defense. And he's offered a queen trade here, Wojtaszek. I think Rapport will decline it with d3 here. Oh, queen d1 he plays. So Richard Rapport very, very clear with his intentions. He wants to play for a win. By the way, guys, here's a small question to all of you. White wants to play d4 in this position and build a strong center. How will you stop him from doing that? Try to figure out a good move for black to play. What is a good move here? Yes, slightly scatty. You are very right. Vishnu Sharma, e5 does not stop d4. I will still, even if you play e5, I will still go d4 here. But the move is c4. Amit Bhuvan, Raval Kumar Singh, very good. The move is c4 because now after you play d4, there is opposite. So that is a possibility here. That c4 can be played. Just an idea for all of you to remember that when white is trying to build up a center like this, you can play c4, and because of opposite, he won't be able to build it. But of course, white can play b3 to get rid of that pawn. Okay, let's go back to Anand's game and see what's happening there. After c6, Gavrilescu plays bishop d2. He doesn't want to even spoil his structure one bit, because he could have opted for knight c3, but he did not like the fact that after knight takes c3, b takes c3, his pawns become isolated, and that's the reason why he has played bishop d2 over here. Yes, Vishy is still undefeated, guys. This is the first game for today. Hi, can you come here? Guys, I have a small guest. Can you see in the camera? Can people see you? 1 minute. What's your name?
Meher.
Meher is the one, this 4-year-old girl with whom I had played, and Meher comes regularly to the club. Meher, do you enjoy playing here?
Yes.
Yes? Do you like Vishy Anand? Do you know who Vishy Anand is? Do you know Anand? Yes?
Yes.
Yes? Okay. So we are seeing Anand's games. And how old are you?
4.
4 years old, and she's just 4 and she's very good. Hi, Shivam. Kaise ho? So she's just 4 years old and she's here at the club playing chess and the Stafford girl. Yes, exactly. She played the Stafford Gambit with me. She comes here, she practices, and her father is here. So very cool. The atmosphere here is amazing, guys. I'm going to show you in between the breaks as to how it is. It is like filled to the capacity. A lot of people here, rated players, beginners, many people here. And bishop d2. Okay, guys, what is the move that Vishy would play? What are your candidate moves? What are the options that you think that black can play here? So I can see at least 3 good moves. Yes, rook b8 is exactly what I wanted to play. Rook b8. And now my rook takes the half open file. Actually, rook b8 was suggested by Soumya Agarwal, Abhishek Garg. In fact, the other moves were bishop a6 here to attack the rook. The other possibility was also bishop f6 to put the bishop on that diagonal. So these were the possibilities. But rook b8 was played here by Vishy, and he says to Gavrilescu, hello, Gavrilescu, your b2 pawn is hanging. Very interesting. And guys, my question to you, okay, a very easy question. Why is b3 a big mistake? Why is b3? Shivam Kumar says, where are you, Sagarwai? I am in the Phoenix Market City Mall in Mumbai, where the ChessBase India Chess Club is happening every Saturday. Bishop f6 is the correct move, guys. Bishop f6 is the right move here. Very good job done by all of you. Melody Grounds, Hassan Imam, Ekta Mehta, Abhishek Hatti, Pranav Dandekar. Fantastic. Bishop goes to f6, attacking the rook here, and there's no way to defend it. So that cannot be played. b3 would be an absolute blunder. So then what is the option actually? Do you want to play knight c3? But then knight c3, I was wondering if we can go and greedily snatch this pawn. But after knight takes d5, c takes d5, there is one move here which is giving white chance to equalize the game. What is that move? Because see, if he moves his bishop, he's just a pawn down. He lost the b2 pawn. So there is one move here which actually helps white to stay in the game. I mean, what is it? Yes, Vishal Kalyan Sethi, slightly scatty, Nisha Rajiv, Ekta Mehta, Pranav Dandekar, Ravi Kumar Singh, Himalayan Houdini, Madhavan Krishnan, Shreyas Gokhale, Krish Kishore, Rituraj Borua. Exactly, bishop c3. Now the rook is attacked and also the d5 pawn is hanging. So in this way, white fights back and gets the pawn back. Now, okay, you can try and play rook b5 to defend this pawn, but this is actually a tactical mistake. What is the move that white has that gives white a winning position? Hello, greetings from Malaysia, says Frankie Cat. Mayur is here. Hello, Mayur says this is cool, streaming from the chess club. Sayud Paul says, inspired by your dedication. Oh, thank you, Sayud. That's very cool to know. But so many people here who are managing the club. And yes, Shreyas Gokhale, you are absolutely right. Praful Sharma, fantastic. The move is bishop takes h7. And look at this move. Now, after you take king h7, I go queen d3 check with the double attack to king and the rook. And this is all over. White is winning this game. So that's the reason why you can't play this way. But nothing of that sort has happened in the game. Gavrilescu plays queen to c2. Now, Gavrilescu is trying to kill 2 stones with one. No, sorry. He's trying to catch 2 birds with 1 stone. His idea is not only to defend b2, but also to attack h7. Now, this is a very good move actually on the surface, but there is an excellent move for black. And Can Anand find it? Now, this is the question. It's not at all easy, but it's very tricky. So the move, let's see if you guys can think. If you guys can find what should black do in this position. Oh my God, Vishy plays it. Vishy plays it. Bishop f6. He plays this move. Wow. This was not what I expected actually Vishy to play. Because see, our first instinct always is that when a pawn is hanging like this, to defend it, you know, play a move like h6. You try to save it. And you say to yourself, okay, if he takes here on c6, I always have bishop b7 or I have bishop e6 and I'm doing well. But Vishy is in such good form that he finds bishop f6. And his point is that after bishop takes h7, king h8, now two things are happening. First of all, this pawn is hanging on b2. And if you try to save it with knight to c3, what does black do here? What is the winning move for black in this position, guys? Oh, Gurkirat Singh is here, and Gurkirat is actually over here somewhere, and he's in the chat as well. This is actually the first time that all the mods are actually here with me while I'm commentating. Many of the mods. G6, Sachin Ranade, Priyanka Maheshwari, Mamba, LM Mystery, Amit Bhuvan, Abhishek Garg, fantastic job. G6, you trap the bishop on h7 and the bishop cannot move. If you take, bishop takes g6, f takes g6, queen takes g6, then you lost your bishop. And yes, the king is slightly weak, but look at this very cool move, yeah? Rook b7. The rook will swing over like this on the 7th rank and Anand will be better. Now, Vishy Anand has played this move bishop f6 so beautifully. Matlab, you know, sometimes you are in that form where every little detail you see carefully. And this is what Anand is doing. He's looking at every little thing carefully and he's forcing Gavriliscu to defend his b2 pawn. He cannot take on h7. So Gavriliscu goes bishop to c3 now. Madhav Krishna, you were absolutely right that in this position, after, let's say, bishop f6, if he takes on bishop here, g6, sorry, king h8, knight c3, there was also knight b4, which is completely winning. True, because now the queen is attacked, and let's say if you go queen b1, then I can just snatch off this bishop. So knight b4 was also winning apart from g6. Okay. So, guys, sorry for the small lag there, but I think we are back. Bishop c3 was played by Vishy in this position by Gavriliscu. And now, what does black do? I think black has to play the move g6 here, and he would be doing pretty well actually in this position. So let's imagine that if you go g6, bishop takes f6, queen takes f6, and now I'm still putting pressure on b2. So you play knight to c3, knight takes c3, queen takes c3, queen takes c3, b takes c3, and we get this position which is very symmetrical. But I play the move c5, and you will realize that in this position it is black who has the small initiative because he's going to put his bishop on e6. Rook can jump into b2, the other rook can come to d8, going here. So that's how things stand right now. With bishop c3, we'll see what Gavriliscu does now, with what Anand does, because bishop c3 is a nice move played. How about h6, says Karthik? Well, h6 is also quite a possible move and not at all bad. In fact, I like h6 as well. So actually, both h6 and g6, both these moves look pretty decent in the position. Yeah. They both look pretty good. Oh, there are many people behind me, it seems, huh? And a lot of people here as well who are waiting on the sides. There's so many people playing chess. I'm going to show you just a glimpse later. How is knight takes c3? Actually, knight takes c3 seems very logical because you take the bishop, and I think Vishy might opt for it because you get the bishop pair, and then you can just go g6. but here you are losing a pawn. So that is where you have to be careful. Although my bishop pair should give me some bit of, and he has taken on c3. Gavrilescu has taken back. So now Anand has the bishop pair in the position and he goes g6. Wow. Wow. So actually, I think David Gavrilescu must now take on c6 here. That will give him some compensation because white already has lost the bishop pair. Black has the bishop pair. Okay, so let's see what white comes up with. I think white has some possibilities. He can take on c6 here. He can also play rook a d1. There are two options in the position. Bishop c6, queen b6, says Madhav Krishnan. Not a bad idea, Madhav. I attack your bishop. I also attack this pawn. Yeah, that looks nice. But maybe knight d5. Yeah, something to be afraid of. Queen b2, knight takes c6, knight takes f6, queen takes f6. And maybe this is very equal. I don't see here anything. So that should not work. But let's see after g6, what does Gavrilescu do here? He has an option here how to continue the position. Beloglavi Soup says after bishop c6, let's go for bishop f5. Yeah, I like this move. I like this move. Actually, you're just developing. And if you play bishop e4 here, then I think I can take on e4. If you take with the queen, b2 is hanging. If you take with the knight, still b2 is hanging with rook b2. I think most likely it's around equal. There is nothing much happening. But after g6, let's see how it continues. Vishy's love for knights. Yeah, there are no knights on the board. Bishop e4, rook b2. Oh, interesting. That would be an interesting exchange sack. Because after bishop c6, bishop f5, bishop e4, he says rook takes b2. But I think that's a little bit too much. Because after bishop e4, yes, you win this back, but I can just move my queen away, queen b4, and white is better. He's exchange up and black has no compensation for it. Let's see, why am I saying Victor? Actually, there's a player called Victor Gavrikov, and I'm all the time kind of mixing the two. So it's David Gavrilescu. People are asking, how is it going at the club? Well, at the club, if you look at it, right now, this is the atmosphere. So many people here who are playing, and it's very nice. In fact, it's just filled. There are parents here, players here, so many of people of all age groups here who are playing, and it's just a great environment that Phoenix Market City has been able to create. Huh? Anish Nayak has come here, who is a very well-known streamer from Goa. He's playing there, and so a lot of people are following him there. And we have, like, I think the age range is 4 years old. Maybe she's the youngest here, and we have it till I think 70 maybe. That's how things are. Phoenix Market City, yeah, in Kurla. Okay. So let's get back to the game of Anand, because Gavrilescu is still thinking, and a good suggestion here by Ranjit Jadhav, who says, let's look at Richard Rapport game. Let's have a look at what Richard Rapport is doing. After we looked at queen d1, was castles, d4, e6, bishop f4, knight bd7, knight bd2, rook e8, h3, rook c8, bishop e3, takes, and I think Rapport has a very nice edge here. You know, although his opponent is also doing pretty well, he has an open file in his control. The queen is looking at d3. I think black is doing pretty well, but white also has quite a lot of space, center control, and right now the e4 pawn is hanging, so have to be careful. Oh, bishop f4 has been played in the position, and let's go back to Vishy's game. This is around equal, so it's not like Rapport is winning his game or anything like that. So Anand, on the other hand, can take it a little easy. Ooh, he plays rook c1. I don't like this move, guys. Vishy might slowly start to put pressure on Gavrilescu. What do you do? Let's think of moves here for black, because Gavrilescu had to take this pawn. He did not like it. He did not like taking that pawn. So now the question is, what should black do in this position? I think a very, very interesting move. Guys, what do you think? Yes, slightly scatty, you are right, maybe. Soumya Agarwal, random chess, I like your move. Just developing, putting the bishop on a central square, beautiful move. Really like it. Just develop two bishops. Vishy will show today the power of two bishops. And to all the people who do not believe in it, maybe today is the day. The other move which can be played here and which is very interesting is rook b4. The idea is that you want to swing the rook over. Like, let's say, for example, you play the move a3 here. Then I can put my rook on c4 with pressure on c3 and also defending my pawn on c6. That is the idea here. Bishop a6 says Jaideep Chakraborty. Yes, bishop a6 is also possible, Jaideep. But you know, somehow your bishop on this diagonal is a little less effective than your bishop on this diagonal, because on this diagonal, you have these pawns on which you are putting your pawn. So I feel that Vishy might play his bishop to e6. Also, time-wise, both players have 13 minutes on hand. And I think for Anand, this game is very important, because after this, he's playing the two candidates. He's facing Caruana in the next round and then Richard Rapport. So he is playing really strong opponents. If he wins this game, his chances of winning this event, Rapid, actually, it's like it's a combined event, Rapid and Blitz, but still winning the Rapid would become a reality if Anand can win this. Maheshwari Mathad says, what about queen b6? Maheshwari, this is not a bad idea, Maheshwari. This is also a nice move. It's just that after knight a4, I attack your queen, and I'm not so sure that Anand would go for it. What else? I think the moves that come to mind are bishop e6, and the other one is rook b4. Oops, sorry. Rook to b4 with the idea of, you know, putting your rook here. But it's a slightly unusual move, this rook b4. I think bishop e6 is very human, very normal. Queen a5 says story stackers. What about queen bishop takes c6 then? Do you have a plan in mind? Like, what do you want to do? Maybe just develop bishop f5, right? Yeah, that also is possible. You see that with the pressure down the b file and these two bishops here, black has very good activity. So I wouldn't discount this idea as well. And Vishy actually seems to have gone for it. Wow. Queen a5 has been played in the game. Amazing. That is the move. So who said that? Queen a5 before he played? Story stackers, maybe. Queen a5 has been played by Anand. Gavrilescu has 12 minutes on the clock. Vishy also close to 13 minutes. Right now, if someone asked me what would be the result of the game, I would say closer to a draw. But Vishy is slowly and steadily, definitely putting some pressure. I think the way Gavrilescu has been playing overall, he will go for the move b3 here. just solidifying his position, making sure that there are no threats over here on b2, no problems with his pawn structure. I think this is what he might do. Hello, Alex from Uganda. Good to see you. I think most likely I'll be able to commentate this one round, and then I might have to go and charge somewhere. Let's see. हाँ अभी है 37 minutes. बट यहाँ पे किधर चार्जिंग पे रख सकते हैं? Who? हाँ, someone we can talk. You can put a chair here. I think if b3 does not happen, does the moves bishop e6 and rook f8 like a good setup? Jaideep says. Sure, yeah, I think bishop e6 with the idea of rook f8 definitely looks like a plan. But I think what could happen is also bishop takes c6 here. And then Anand has to decide between bishop f5 and bishop e6. Bishop e6 is like you have faith in your compensation with rook f8, two rooks looking here, and the two bishops looking in this direction. So the two rooks looking here, and the two bishops looking in this direction is the idea. Let's see what happens next. Queen a5. Oh, we have Akshay Mohan here. Akshay, hello.
Hello, Sagar sir.
Akshay is one of ChessBase India's long-standing viewers, a moderator, and also often gives all the answers to every stream. Akshay, tell us a bit about your, love for ChessBase India.
So it starts from all the way back from 2019 something. I have been following the ChessBase India videos right before the boom that took place before the pandemic, and I have just loved every bit of it. And especially during the pandemic, I improved a lot, and your videos helped me improve my rating. It helped me improve my understanding. I've been following all the videos right from improving chess to endgame series to opening series. I have almost followed every single one of them, and I have just enjoyed it.
Akshay, and Akshay, now I'm going to ask you, what should Vishy play here? Because Anand's opponent seems to have made a big mistake here by going knight a4.
Okay.
What do you think overall? The bar doesn't like it at all. What is your feeling?
I'm not sure. Think 1 second. Probably is the move rook b4.
Actually, rook b4, b3 maybe.
Okay.
But he played c5. And here's the question now. If you take queen takes c5, there is queen takes a4, correct? You just win a piece. But if you play knight takes c5 here, what is the move that black will play? Guys, let's see if Akshay is very quick. Yeah, you can't compete with him. Very fast. Rook takes b2 is the right move. So can't do this. And actually, Vishy has very smartly played this move c5. So the question is, what happens to the move b3 now? This is an important moment. And this is what Vishy is so smart. He's so good.
Is the move bishop a6?
Bishop a6 is a decent move, and his opponent has played b3, I believe. He has played. So now the question, guys, find the winning move for black. Better than bishop a6. Can you find it? This is a very, very powerful move. Mayur in the chat says, Akshay Mohan was my first opponent at the club. Okay, we have a lot of people here, guys. What do you think? Should Vishy Anand play here? He's close to winning. And I think Anand has seen this move. He has seen this move here. C4, oh, nice. Chat is very strong. Do you see the point? Actually, this is amazing because let's say if you take with the queen,
Bishop a6.
Bishop a6 is the point, and now the queen this is hanging. So, okay, I take with the pawn then. I don't take with the, what do you do? Rook b2, knight b2.
Rook b4.
Rook b4 and the knight is kind of trapped.
But knight c3?
Yeah, knight c3. Take on c4 and pinned. Wow. Rakshit Singh says C4, no other reason to play C5. Maybe, but this, and Anand has played it. Vishy is playing. Vishy is in like God form today.
Leading the tournament, right?
He's
12,
leading,
12 points, right?
11 out of 12, and he's totally winning again. This is insane the way he's playing this tournament, and he's not making a mistake. Does this kind of inspire you to play good chess, like watching such games?
So last year I had been following. I think Gashimo Memorial. He finished last, if I'm not wrong. And now to make a comeback like this, and time and again makes a comeback like this every single time. Even after in the candidates 2014, he was playing not the best chess, and suddenly he came in the ending and he was like he won it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
So Vishy actually very inspiring. I think we have a few people here. We can ask them about what they think about Vishy while Gabrielescu struggles. Guys, maybe here. Hi, can you come closer to the mic? Do you like Vishy Anand?
Of course.
What does he mean to you?
And
Can you come closer?
I mean, like, he's my favorite player. Like, he's the GOAT.
He's the GOAT. Oh, and we have here Tupac, yes?
Vishy is like king on E1.
Tupac E1.
Yeah,
What does that mean?
like the king always stays over there.
Okay, so Vishy is king for all of them. What about you?
Yeah, he's like an idol. I also have his book in my bag right now. Mind Master.
Okay, a lot of Vishy fans here. Hello, Ramesh ji, kaise ho? Oh, look at this. He has the book of Vishy Anand. By the way, guys, all those who haven't got it, please check it out. It's called Mind Master. It's the autobiography of Anand. It's written by Vishy himself. Very nice book. What do you think about Vishy? You must be following it for many years, right?
Yes, that's right. Yes, this time Vishy Anand guidance, our Indian teams will be very good. Something wins, very victorious. All A and B categories, men's and women's. Vishy's guidance along with this girl fund. Yeah.
Fantastic. So, guys, a lot of thank you. Well, everyone's looking forward to the Olympiad as well here. And by the way, after C4, Rook FD1 has happened, and Vishy again finds the best move, Bishop E6. He's just maintaining, and he's just you can't take now with the pawn, as we know, because of Rook B4.
These quiet moves like Bishop E6 are the tough ones. Right?
Yeah, it's very tough. It's very tough to find moves like this. And we also have Yusuf here. Hello, Yusuf. He is the one who handles many of the things related to ChessBase India Club. Yusuf, do you know Vishy Anand?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Ask sir, janta hu.
And he's the one who sets up all the chess boards and everything here. So the chess club actually happens because he is here. Sachin Ranade says Vishy is the reason we all got hooked to chess. Absolutely. In fact, even Boris Gelfand, whom I interviewed, says that the current chess boom is the legacy of Anand. You know, it's because of Vishy that Indian chess is booming at the moment. Rook B1, and I think now the next move is pretty clear, yeah? Just get the other rook into play. You have two massive bishops here. He cannot touch your pawns. The knight is on the side of the board. Like within 2-3 moves, Vishy has completely converted this from a kind of equal position to winning for him. Rook F8, he plays. It's like he's...
The threat was CB3, AB3 and Bishop B3.
Ah, yes. The threat was to take on B3, AB3, Bishop B3. That was the threat here. And now he defended it, but Rook F8. And now once again, the threat is to take the pawn. Okay, Akshay, thank you. Are you enjoying? Are you playing?
Yeah, I played some games.
Did you win?
Yes, I won.
Okay, fantastic.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I had a great time.
Thank you. So Akshay here, who is the mod of ChessBase India, was here with us. So many people whom I have actually streamed a lot with, like seen them in the chat. I'm able to meet because of the ChessBase India Chess Club, and that's a very nice thing. So Rook FC8, and now let's see. Preetham says, when I came to the stream, it was equal within 10 moves. Vishy is crushing. Oh, we have Mihir here. We have Mihir, who is a streamer who has his own channel called Mihir Waghela, right?
Thank you so much, sir. Yes. Hello, hello. Hello,
Mihir,
everybody.
do you play chess regularly?
Yes. I play chess regularly. I'm almost 1250 now.
Okay.
Uh,
And do you like Vishy Anand?
yes, a lot.
Have you seen him in real?
No, but would love. I'm trying to go. Would love to see him in real life.
Maybe in the Olympiad.
Yes.
Fantastic. And Mihir, what do you think about this position? Mama Earth boy. Yes, that's what he was in the Simul. He's the Mama Earth boy. And oh, hi. So Anand is now on 11 out of 12, and he's also winning this game against David Gavrilescu, and he might win the tournament.
Yes.
This is amazing. And do you also play here, or you just come and vlog?
No, I play here. I played with Anish Naik. Now P shots is almost 2,100. So I was winning in the end game, but I blundered last pawn and I lost.
Oh.
Yes.
You blundered the last pawn and he lost, but that's very cool to know. And do you think the chess club helps you to improve at chess?
Yes, lot. Almost I was 1100 when I came. Almost 4 weeks before I was 1100. But when I came here, then my main problem was end game. Now also I lost on the end game. But basically I've improved a little bit by coming here every time and playing on the board. I have one friend, named Jibitesh. He almost sees my game and captures the photos where I blunder the piece. So he
helps you improve.
Yes.
Fantastic. And also he gets a lot of content. So do check his channel. It's called Mihir Waghela. Mihir, thank you for being with us.
Thank you so much, sir.
And we have Anish here. While Vishy's opponent is struggling here, we have more and more people joining in. Anish, you are from Goa.
Yes, sir. Hello.
Anish, you can join a little closer. Why are you here from Goa?
Like it's chess club now, so yeah, like I like to play chess, and like I'm feeling good to see a new club here. That's why it's very interesting to see a club in Mumbai. We don't have any club and all in Goa, so like it feels good. It feels good to play on board. Like from lockdown, we have like playing online chess, and now it's like we are feeling really good. So yeah.
Someone is saying Jai Machli. Jal Machli. Oh, okay.
There's a big story behind that. Do watch IQ Red Nights for that, sir.
Okay. By the way, Anish also is a streamer and he streams chess regularly, right? You stream mainly chess?
I used to stream, like nowadays I'm not streaming, but yeah, I'll start again streaming. Yeah.
And Anish, what do you think about Anand? And overall, have you seen him ever? Have you seen him playing? Do you follow him?
Like I have never seen him like IRL. I've never seen him, but yeah, like when I started chess, the one name it was Anand only. Like who is the only chess player I knew when I started playing chess was Anand. So yeah, from there to like watching his games, or like if I meet him, then it would be a like big fan moment for me and all. Yeah, I would like to like it's a dream to meet Anand for me.
And do you think the way he's playing at the age of 52 here, he's beating everyone, he's winning this very strong tournament. He will reach 13 out of 14. Isn't that amazing?
Yeah, that's really great, because like one like as the age if they grow, it says that like the chess level comes down, but like Anand is playing too good, and like yeah, so
It's commendable.
it's commendable.
Fantastic, Anish. Thank you for visiting the club, and thank you for playing here. I see that you're beating everyone. Let's see if someone is. Maybe you can play with Akshay Mohan. He's a good. He beat you. Okay. Okay. Good. Take care. Bye. Hello. Hi. So, by the way, a few moves have happened. B4 was played. Anand took the pawn. Rook takes. Queen takes. And now Anand is up a pawn. He is also, the knight is out of the game. So like as they say, Anand has the material and also the compensation. This is completely winning for him. The knight cannot go back to b2 or c3. The bishop is here. It's kind of trapped. Okay, maybe rook b1 is a possibility here, but Anand will just drop his queen back to a5. And Sachin Ranade says, my dad proudly took me to Zandu's chess club when I was a kid. I will bring Arya, who's his daughter, to ChessBase India club with the same pride. Very cool. What next now? After queen takes b4, the position looks very difficult. Also look at the time. David is on 1 minute 50 seconds. Vishy has 10 minutes. G3 has been played. And what do? C3 again playing so quickly. Anand has like 10 minutes, but this is the thing about Anand. He can play his moves without, sometimes, you know, without looking at the time. He's so quick. And now maybe he goes queen a3 and even chops off this pawn on a2. Tejo Nidhi's drawing says, I met GM Praveen Thipse. Yes, he's in Bhubaneswar right now. He is at the National Schools Championship. He was there at the closing ceremony. Maybe he's going to play in the Kit Open. So he's there right now. He's the head of delegation of India for the Olympiad. What is the fee for the chess club, says Pakshal? Well, the fee is nothing. You just have to love chess and come here. It's free for all. And bishop d5. Now just bishop f5. Let's put the bishop on the diagonal, get the queen out, push the pawn to c2. This is over. This is over. Yeah, this is, if Anand wins this, let's quickly look at what Richard Rapport is doing, because he's 2 points behind Anand. Once this game ends, most likely I will go and recharge my laptop for the next round, because the battery is almost draining out. But Richard is doing very well. Actually, Richard has a very good position right now. He's pawn up and he's attacked the rook right now here. Okay, he's exchanged down, but the rook is attacked and also the knight on d7 is hanging. So you can't defend both. Like for example, if you play rook c7, oops, sorry. If you play rook c7 here, trying to defend everything, then comes knight d5 and white is in the driver's seat. So that's the reason why he took on e5, d e5 and rook c5. But I think after a move like knight g4, white would be better. So Richard Rapport not leaving Vishy's pursuit here. He will be 2 points behind. And I think the last round will set up something really amazing in this tournament where Anand takes on Richard. By the way, what happened here? Vishy actually took on d5. Bishop f5 was better, but Anand has seen another way here, rook d5, and he plays rook c4, and he asks his opponent, David, your knight, the poor knight on a4 is trapped. It can't go to c5, rook will take it. It can't go to c3. Again, there it's hanging. So that is over. We have Bhagyashri Kaduskar here who says, inspirational Anand. So are you guys. Thank you, Bhagyashri, for being backer of Indian chess for 9 months. And Nikhil Joshi. Oh, yes? Oh, he resigned. Game is over after rook c4. The knight is trapped. I was busy checking the super chat while someone pointed out game is over here, which means Vishy Anand moves to 13 points out of 14. Isn't that unbelievable? In the 7 rounds that he has played in this tournament, he has won 6 and drawn 1, and that too after playing after a gap of 5 months, was in terrible form at the Gashimov Memorial. He's come back with a bang. Now, next 2 rounds are going to be critical as he will face Fabiano Caruana in the next round. I will most likely commentate from this club the next round. For now, I will go and charge my laptop. But before that, we have a guest who has joined in. We have Gurkirat Singh, who has been one of the mods of ChessBase India. Gurkirat, how are you?
यार इतना भी respect मत दो यार, guest west नहीं हूँ मैं. I'm just a player here coming and playing a few games.
Gurkirat, you live quite far from here, right?
Sort of, yeah.
How long does it take you to travel?
It takes me like half an hour, 45 minutes max.
Okay. And what do you enjoy about coming to the ChessBase India Chess Club?
Just meeting a whole lot of new people and getting to learn a lot, because the best part about it is you never know what other people's ratings are, and you just keep on playing with them and you improve. That's the best part about it.
Fantastic. And what do you think about Vishy Anand? He won his game again.
Wow, he's on fire. He's playing full god mode, and I hope he wins the tournament as well. He's most probably going to win. He's like killing it out there.
He's very close, but he has two very strong opponents, Caruana and Rapport. So it can go either way, but until now, he has been flawless.
Yes, yes, so true. It's just all the best to him.
Okay, thank you, Gurkirat, for being here. And you would see, guys, Gurkirat in the chat as the mod. By the way, here, Nikhil Joshi, thank you so much for your super chat. And I think it's time for us to take a break here. I think Abhyudaya will keep you entertained by shifting the games, who is handling the OBS. And I'll come back when the next round begins, where Anand takes on Caruana. For now, I have to go and figure out how to charge my laptop, because I have very less charge left, and then maybe play a few games in the club. So until then, guys. Oh, by the way, Karthik Anand has a nice bit of statistic here. He says Anand is now world number 14. Anish is world number 15. Wow, that's nice. Rakshit says, except me, all mods live in Mumbai. No. ChessBase India has many mods. Many of them are not here. Okay. I think I'll switch off now from here. And Abhyuday, you can turn off my camera. Maybe we can show them the club or what?
ChessBase 16 is a powerful software where you can save your games and analyze them. You can also create databases and manage them. It's a powerful tool for any of the world of chess, be it Carlsen, Anand, or any other tournament player. The best database that works along with ChessBase 16 is Mega Database 2022. The database opens inside of ChessBase and has over 9.2 million games, with over 100,000 of them being analyzed and annotated by top grandmasters across the world. The biggest advantage of this database is that you can search any position and get to know who has played it before with the reference feature. You can also prepare professionally against your next opponent, which will help you to gain precious rating points in your next round. Get the ChessBase 16 and Mega Database now. Link is in the description. ChessBase 16 is in the description. ChessBase 16 is a powerful software where ChessBase 16.
Hello. Welcome everyone. I'm back home because my laptop did not charge over there at the ChessBase India Chess Club. So I couldn't cover Vishy's second round game. But as I see it, Anand has managed to draw his game against Fabiano Caruana. Over here, we will go through that game in a bit. But for now, a very important game is happening between Richard Rapport and Wesley So. Because if Richard Rapport manages to win this game with the black pieces, it is tremendously complex. I cannot even imagine what is happening. I hope my sound is okay here. Is it fine? It's a complete mess on the board. All good. Okay, fantastic. So I left the chess club a little soon so that I can commentate on this game and also the last round game. Okay, first of all, Wesley has 6 minutes, Rapport has 10 minutes. If we count the pieces, black has 3, white also has 3. Black has 2 rooks, white also has 2 rooks. So material as far as pieces are concerned is equal. But pawns, 6 pawns for black while white has only 4 pawns. So that means that black should be doing materially well. However, what is not going in black's favor right now is his king's position. It is slightly weak and it can become quite dangerous. Just a second, there is sound. Okay, so to make sense of what is happening, I think there is one threat right now that white has. For example, let's say black plays the move rook a2. Then at this point already it is completely losing for black because of bishop takes d4. And this would make it very difficult because now not only is this bishop hanging but also a threat in the position. And I'll ask you this question. For example, let's say I play rook to g8, white to play and mate in 1. Yes, Rapport can catch Vishy if he beats him right now. Yes, queen takes h6. Viraj Pandit, Arnav Matange, Jagmohan Mandre, Shantanu Khatal, Learn with PV, Manasa Vadepalli, Aditya Arvind. Very good, guys. You guys are very quick to spot this tactic. Queen takes h6. You cannot take because this is pinned. So there are these threats with this and this in the air, right? So that is one thing which definitely he has to be careful about, Richard. So Richard goes c5 and he solidifies his pawn structure. It's a very important move. And then Wesley goes knight to f3. Wesley wants to take this pawn with his knight. And what does Richard do? It's the only move in the position. He plays the move g4. And now with g4, if you take, then the bishop comes here. For all the people who are asking for the result, this is what is happening. Just to show you that yesterday, when the day ended, the result was this, right? Anand was leading with 11 points. Then Anand won his game, which let him move to 13. And Richard won his game, which let him move to 11. And now Richard is playing, Anand drew his game. So Anand moved to 14. If Richard wins this, he goes to 13
And the last round is Anand versus Richard. So it would be 14 versus 13 and must win for Richard Rapport. If Richard loses this game, then well, then that is already, I think Anand would win the tournament. Okay, that's why this game is very important and that's why we are looking at it. Vishy drew. Yes, G4 has been played here. And already the position is very complicated even for Wesley. So both sides have to be very careful. There is a lot of imbalance. In fact, black should be winning this if white is not able to find any quick resources. I think a move like knight g5 makes a lot of sense because you want to go and give a check on f7. But here black has a decent move to save himself, at least because knight f7 is a big threat. You can't take, it's a pin, and then I'm threatening to take here. So what should black play here? If Richard draws this and beats Vishy, then 14, right? What's the tie break? I think there should be a direct encounter and Richard might then win it. So I think for Richard, even a draw and then beating Anand could do. But I mean, this position hardly looks like it'll end in a draw, right? There'll be something decisive that will happen. Yes, Rook F8, very good. Actually, all those who have said Rook F8, excellent. Slightly scatty chess with Sundaram, Anunad Singh, Ankit, Arvind M, Shreyas Gokhale, Shreyas Das, Jai Sangvi, Meta Srikar. Yes, the points will get carried to Blitz as well. I mean, it's a combined event, but you can always say that Vishy won the rapid event, you know, at least that much you can say. And knight g5 was played in the game, so our guess was correct. And now Richard must play Rook F8, which I think he will. Okay, there is another move like King G8 here as a possibility, but it doesn't seem very appropriate. And a very typical move in such positions is to open up, you know, something like just sack, and that's why a move here is e5. So if you play first of all queen e5, then rook e1 and another piece enters the attack, which can be very dangerous. So you take with the pawn, but once you take with the pawn, the bishop drops back attacking here, and the queen wants to move in to h7, and also bishop d5 check in the air. So these are the very complex positions that are there. And by the way, Rook F8 played, and I think now Wesley goes knight h7. And this seems to be not a good move because now Richard Rapport can push here. Yes, King G8 also steps away from the pin, Rakshit, but Rook F8 is much better. And now knight h7, I think Richard is not going to care for this rook. Because see, if you take the rook, he can always take back. Materially, he has 2 pawns already. He's 2 pawns up. So he can already start to not care about it and do something else, which is maybe take this pawn. Because now if you take here, I can take this back, but there is a very important intermediate move here, guys. Black to play. What is that important intermediate move? Yes, GH3, learn with PV, chess with Sundaram, you are right. Ankur S. What's the intermediate move? H2, interesting. Dipesh says H2. Dipesh, maybe queen takes H2 or even king H1, king H2 as well. Could be possible. But the move is Meta Shrikar, very good. Arvind Chess, excellent. Chess with Sundaram, Rakshit Singh. Bishop G4. No, the game of Vishy and Caruana ended in a draw. I will write here so that people who are just joining in will know the result. So Vishy Anand beat Gavrilescu and drew against Caruana. Now 14 out of 16, correct? That's his score. 14 points out of 16. This is how it is. Just putting it up here for everyone to read. Okay. So by the way, knight h7, and this is the idea. Gh3 is to free up the g4 square for the bishop. And I think these are the kinds of positions where Richard Rapport really is an expert. You know, he's very good at it. MSG says, nice background pick for the stream. Thank you, MSG. This is all Abhyudaya who creates. He is the man who made sure today there was a stream that happened, that started on time, because he was handling the OBS, and then he makes these very nice creatives. Mark Kiro says, today I had seen you near Vidyavihar station and was scared to say hi, and now I see you streaming. Okay, Mark, next time you see me, please say hi. Rakshit says, imagine that they draw with rook g8, knight g5. But Rakshit, you know how Rapport is, right? He took here. He's not going to take a draw. Knight f8. If you look at Richard Rapport, you know, when I have seen him recently at World Blitz and Rapid and Blitz, very, very, you know, like as a person, very calm, but on the board, he's tremendously aggressive. Bishop g4 has been played. Queen takes queen to d5. And now you can actually take here because there's no real threat as such. But he went bishop f8. He first took there. And now the rook is hanging. So let's say you try to save your rook, maybe with rook e1. Then I take on g2, at g2. And overall, I mean, black is just winning because his king is now safe. He has so many extra pawns and white is not able to break through. So actually, this is quite a difficult position now for Wesley. So, and Richard, if he wins this, then that makes the final round clash between Anand and Richard Rapport very exciting. Guys, please have your dinners quickly. Sushil Ganesh says, I think Rapport will win this one. Anand versus Rapport will be the decider. Right. Speaker Pretty says, Sagar, by missing Samay and your stream, hope we will be able to see you both on stream very soon. Yes. I just wrote to Samay. I think first I want to go and see his stand-up comedy, which he is performing every day in Mumbai at the Habitat, I think. So I want to go there and watch it once. By the way, Wesley takes on d4. What is the plan? He takes back and I understand what Wesley wants to do. He goes with rook to b7. And now if you move your queen away, it's a mate in one with rook h7. You see, this square is controlled. It's game over. But there is a very important move here that black has. And black has the move bishop d7, which was the winning move in the position. Blocking here. And after this, bishop f5 could be played. But then knight f5 is possible and somehow black is winning here. But he went queen e6. And this is a big blunder. Big blunder. Big blunder. Because now Wesley can give a check. King g8. And there was this move queen g5. With a winning attack. Very powerful attack. In fact, now there is no way to stop bishop f5 and mating here and all sorts of things. But what Wesley did was he went direct queen g5, which is still winning because now rook h7 is a massive threat. He's just changed the move order. He didn't give a check first. Arav Arora says, was there rook d4? You mean instead of here, can we take with the rook? It's possible to take with the rook. But after takes, how do you recapture? Like if you take cd4, rook b7, bishop d7. Now the same thing, queen d4, it can get difficult here, like king g8, maybe queen d5. So that's why he took with the pawn, so that queen d4 check doesn't happen in the position. But coming back now, oh, look at this. Rapport has blundered queen e5. Guys, can you spot the winning continuation now for Wesley? So he has 2 minutes. Take 2 minutes on your clock and find the win. So one way to win was check, king here, check. And if bishop g7, now rook h6 wins. You win a piece. But Wesley finds another way, and which is, I think, equally strong. He goes queen d8, threatening the bishop on f8. Queen went back to g7, which is like the only move to defend this. There's no way. Just look at the difficulty. If you go here, I give a check, I force your king here, and I mate you. So queen g7, now rook takes, king takes, and rook c1. And guys, Wesley So is winning this, which means Richard Rapport will remain on 11 points. Anand will move to 14. What had Wesley done, by the way, in the previous game? Wesley So was on, I think, 8 points, right? No, today at the start of today, he was on 7. Wesley So was on 7 points. And then he drew his game in round, or did he win? 1 second, let me. Wesley in round 7 drew with Caruana. So that means Wesley will move to 10. Anand is on 14. That means Anand will win this event with 1 round to spare. Whoa, d3, bishop e8. Anand will win this tournament with 1 round to spare. Yeah, Rakshit says instead of queen e5 here, he was hoping that he would play queen g8, which is true, Rakshit, because rook h7 here, black is in the game, because black has a lot of material, 3 pieces for a queen, or he can even take bishop d1. But somehow he just collapsed here, and there were multiple ways to win. Queen d8 was brilliant by Wesley So, just attacking this, and this also shows how Wesley is so strong here. Rook c1, d3, bishop e8, just making sure that, I mean, you could go rook c7 check as well, should win, but bishop e8 is very clean because now this is controlled, this is controlled. Next you are coming in with the check. I think Richard might have to resign. Guys, this is actually great news for Anand fans, because Vishy wins the tournament with 1 round to spare. With 1 round to spare, isn't that amazing? The thing is that Vishy now, of course, the blitz points are going to be added. I believe it's a combined event. That's why it's called Superbet Rapid and Blitz, not Superbet Rapid, Superbet Blitz. It's both together. But still, at the end of the day, you can always say that Anand won the rapid segment. It's just, I don't think there is a trophy specially for it. Just like in Tata Steel Chess India, there was a rapid event where Arjun won and a blitz event that Aronian won. They were different. But here, I don't think that is the case. Shriram Dhanraj says, hi Sagar, what pushes Vishy beyond everything? He is not even in his prime to go for chess, and it gives great confidence not only in chess but in life also. I agree. Sports, art, everything inspires. And today when I commentated on Vishy's game, and after that I started playing. I played like 3-4 games in the club, ChessBase India Chess Club. I was there. I was commentating from there. I felt very motivated to make the best moves. Like, like Anand. So this is what sports does to you. And for all the people who are looking for inspiration in various things of their life, they can get inspired from Anand. Some might think, oh, I'm too old to start something. Some might think that, oh, I've been, everyone says that this is not the age to do something. And all of this can be busted. These myths can be busted if you just think about this great chess player. By the way, knight f7 was played attacking this, and then queen c7. Frankie Cam says I'm 54 years old. Yeah, Frankie Cam, then it's never too late to start something of your own. Need not be just chess, could be anything. Aritra Biswas says, have you ever seen Anand making a losing blunder ever? Many times, yeah. Of course, he's a human after all. And it could very much happen that in Blitz he might not do well after such a great event. But, in itself, like what he's achieved in Rapid is tremendous. Where is Amruta? Amruta is in the club. I think she's there. Govindraj Iyer says having exams in 3 days but watching Anand play is more important. By the way, Wesley has won. Richard resigns. Bishop e6 was possible, but then at the very least you can just simply lose the rook here. So a big win for Wesley. So it was such a complicated position. In fact, at some point it was Wesley's game to be won. Richard's game to be won. He had to put his bishop back here, and I think he would have great chances to win. But the thing is, Anand has won the Rapid event, but remember, it's a combined, the scores are combined. So it's very important for Vishy to keep his momentum going and to play well in the Blitz, in the last round as well. And right now, he will face Richard Rapport, who is on number 2 position, right? And he will face him. Shevchenko versus Gavrilescu is going on here. Ooh. Takes, and look at this. If you take with the queen, what's the problem, guys? If you take with the queen here, can anyone tell me very quickly, how does white win? Arya says, he's from Optiver, Amsterdam. Really nice to see you promoting chess. I used to play chess with you 15 years ago in Gurukul School, Ghatkopar. Great. Oh, Arya. I can't see your photo. Maybe you can write to me on chessbaseindia@gmail.com. That's so nice to see that you are in Optiver now, and also connected to chess in some way, because Anish is sponsored by Optiver, and it's so cool. Yes, queen a8 is the correct move, and you win the queen here. King b5, queen b8, and this is maybe now heading towards a draw. Let's see. Also, Aronian versus Duda is going on. Should also be a draw. It's unbelievable that Vishy has actually won this event, like the Rapid event. It's tremendous. It's tremendous. He has finished ahead of Rapport, Caruana, Aronian, Duda. So many great players. Wesley, so. By the way, today I saw that, Sharjah Masters has begun, yeah? We'll check that. Today, I read on AICF has posted that Magnus Carlsen has confirmed his confirmed that he's going to play the Olympiad, which is amazing because Magnus didn't play the last Olympiad.
And this is great news for all of us because Magnus will come to India and you will get a glimpse of him in person, or at least who knows. Yes, Shashank says ahead of 3 out of the 8 candidates. Absolutely. Sagar said, do you know about state schools? Yeah, I'm going to make some video about it. Studyholic me says, bought your merch at 10th National Schools Chess. Oh, that's very cool. Studyholic. So Aditya was there. Aditya Roy, who was covering the event. And from tomorrow, the Kit Open begins in Bhubaneswar. So that's another major event. Viraj Pandit says, I've been selected as a volunteer. Very good, Viraj. That's great to know. I'm sure a lot of you who follow ChessBase India would be selected as volunteers for the event. And I will be very happy to meet all of you there. It will be great fun to, follow this massive event together. Wesley beat Rapport. Oh, meanwhile, Shevchenko taking the risk, and actually it seems to be paying off. He's winning now. Anand has actually won a game and drew one, and the last round will be against Richard Rapport. So Sriram Dhanraj says, from July 1 my office starts. I'm in Chennai and excited. Yeah, there will be, I don't know if there will be how they are going to sell the tickets and all, that is not decided yet, but they are trying to include people like volunteers. There will be around 300 to 400 volunteers. They're also doing the state schools so that school students will be taken to this event to watch it, which is a great thought, by the way, because when young kids get to see this, witness this great players playing, it inspires them. And who knows, maybe a future champion will come out of that. So a very good thought by AICF to do the national state schools. And I think it's under 15 in every state. They will do that event, and the top players will get to visit the Olympiad. There's also Sharjah Masters that has begun. I am not sure if it is here, but let's see. Yes, it's there. Sharjah, round 1. Let's just look who are the players. We have 4th seed as Arjun. And by the way, Arjun already faces 2595 in round 1. It's a super strong event, this Sharjah Masters. Wow. Round 1, Arjun faces Mikhail Mechedlishvili. We have SL Narayanan, India's top player. He faces Moroni Luka. It's like a super tournament, but open. I think they have limited the entries to some top 80 players or something. Gukesh is playing Sanal Wahab. So actually this event is going to be very important for all these youngsters. There's also Neiman, who I think is one of the favorites to win this. He's winning every tournament that he's playing. I asked him for an interview after he won the Capablanca Memorial and also recently the Sigaman Cup. And he said, I'm in Sharjah. And we were planning to do it, but then he was busy preparing. And, maybe we do it after he wins Sharjah, because he's really good, Neiman. We also have Nihal playing here. Nihal is playing against Samsidin Wakhidov. Nihal is black. It's interesting. Who else do we have from India? So we have Arjun, SL Narayanan, Gukesh, Nihal. Prag is playing in the Champions Chess Tour, so he's not there. Sankalp Gupta, who is part of Team India as a second. So
There's also Aditya Mittal, who is looking for his GM norm here. I think Aditya is very strong, 2490 and very close to becoming a GM. So I'm looking for him as well to play in this event. Yeah, I think these are the Indians. Raunak is playing. Raunak Sadhwani is playing here. He's playing Dima Killing. Wow, Raunak is better. We also have Adiban playing. Amazing. Adiban better against Hisham Abdul Rahman. I'm actually thinking, guys, Adiban might be the dark horse of this event because it's high time that Adiban starts to fire. What do you think? It's been such a long time that Adiban has done well. And I think this is his event. There's also Surya Ganguly here. You know, there's this one picture that was posted by Adiban's trainer, Vishweshwaran, and I saw Adiban there and he's training. You know, it often happens in these movies and all. Like when a player is not doing well, he often goes back to his old trainer and he starts working. He starts going through the grind. You see that in many movies, in cricket, football, and all of that. And I think I saw something similar with Adiban there. He's working with his old trainer, Vishweshwaran, and I think he's really keen on doing well. No, I think Shashank Anand's decision to not play the Olympiad is not surprising. I think overall Vishy is slowly reducing the number of tournaments he plays. But this result would also in a way come as a surprise to Anand himself. Because as you could see from the interviews, he was talking about how he was rusty, how he was not very sure about himself. And then to play so well, I mean, that is amazing. So I'm not sure like that Anand would before this event. I mean, we right now are very positive about Vishy playing, but I mean, even before, I think if Anand would have played, it would have helped Team India a lot. But I think his decision was already made beforehand. By the way, this is an amazing position. Aryan Chopra, by the way, playing against Natalia Buxa. And you can see how black has none of the pieces developed. And Aryan is developing all his pieces while black is just playing with her pawns. It's a bit too much. Rook d1, bishop finally developing a piece. But you see, he just took. Knight takes. And you gave up a piece because he has such a lead in development. e5, opening the position. Wow, this is going to be some kind of an amazing game. Knight b5. Wow. Okay, if you take, just take with the queen, check. If king f7, check, and you'll win the rook. So she went queen c8, but now knight d6. Knight d6 check. Okay, so we have many good Indian players. Abhijit Gupta, Arvind Chidambaram. There is also Abhimanyu Puranik. So it's like all the top Indian players apart from Vidit, Harikrishna, Anand and Pragnananda are here. I think rest all of them are playing here. So Sharjah Masters definitely an event for us to follow closely. Let's go back to Superbet Rapid and Blitz. I think all the games have been completed and we are waiting for the final round to begin, which is going to be the showdown between Richard Rapport and Vishy Anand. Let me grab my meal, dinner here. I'll just change this and write Vishy Anand wins the rapid event with 1 round to spare. It's not like it's different, but last round against Rapport now. Okay, so this for everyone who's here, Anand has won the tournament. Pandi Guru says, don't put any music. Okay, okay. But it should have started by 8:30, right? I think they have gone a little bit behind in schedule because of this one rook bishop versus rook position. This is going to be a very exciting game. I think this last round will be very exciting because Richard Rapport always plays creative chess. He will maybe open up with something like G3, Knight F3, even E4, but then he'll play some sideline, B3, C4, but some sideline. And Anand always likes to play in the center, like Knight F6, E6, D5, Bishop E7, castles. Very simple chess. So it's going to be clash of styles. What happened to Vishy versus Fabi? Yeah, that's a good game to actually see. We haven't seen it yet, right? So let's just quickly have a glimpse of it before the round begins. E4, E5. Anand was white. Fabi played his favorite Petrov. Bishop D3, Bishop F5. Castles, Bishop E7, Rook E1. Castles, Knight D2, Knight D6, Knight F1. Bishop F4, takes, Knight A6, Rook E2, Knight C7. Knight E6, take. I think white is slightly better here, but not enough. Bishop C7. Maybe Vishy could have played here Knight E5, changing the structure. But I think Anand was not in a mood to kind of play something very different because Knight E5 looked very natural. He went C3, very solid. And here he just sacked. Takes. Queen takes was also possible, but then knight g7. So he first took here, rook takes, check, king here, check. So you can't even block with the queen because after I take, I'll win your rook. So that ended in a draw. Okay, that was a cool game. Guys, should I turn on the music and leave you for a bit, or should I get my food and then just talk to you while eating? What do you think? What is better? I think story stackers, the blitz does not follow the same thing. It's just 1 point for a win, I think, and half for a draw. They have lesser weightage on blitz, but more rounds. There will be 18 rounds of blitz. Get food, talk while eating, whatever you like. No music, but leave us with some puzzle to solve. Okay. Yeah, let me bring my food here and then talk with you guys. I'll also change the title of this stream that Anand won this with a round to spare because Vishy Anand wins Superbet Rapid with a round to spare. Day 3 live commentary. That title changed. Let me get my food. Okay, guys, I'm back and back with my food. The food is when I was young, I used to eat pav bhaji. Now, when I'm old, I eat bhakri bhaji, which means that the bhaji remains the same, but the pav, which is made of bread, is replaced by jawar jawar roti. So that is a sign that you have grown old. Mm. If you have any questions, please do write in the chat. Would be nice to answer. What age you think is old? I think in chess terms, anything beyond 18 is old, it seems. Yes, Prasad. Adiban is playing in B team. Yeah, Jyoti Chopra, it's pretty good. It's quite good. Very tasty. Priyan Soni says, Sagar, if you eat Bajroni Bhakri, then you are old. Yeah, somewhat. Like, when I was young, I keep saying when I was young, but when I was like 15, 16, and if someone gave me this rotel, Bajra and Jawar, I would not eat it. But now, I like it. Sakar Chess Ambarnath says age is just a number. Look at Vishy sir. Yeah, I agree. You are not too old to eat pav, basically. But I eat it more like for health reasons. Because it's more healthy. Studyholic says, will ChessBase India be there in kit tournament? Yes. Aditya is there from tomorrow. Today's Vidit versus Carlson. Oh, E4 by Richard. E5 by Anand. Knight F3. Oh, Anand goes for Petrov. Richard says no Petrov. And Vishy, no, not giving you this pawn. I mean, what? A4? By the way, I think Carlson has played it this way. Really? A4. And Vishy is now thinking, I'm sure Vishy is like, what? What is happening? Should I play in the center? Like a flank attack? Let's play in the center. What is the point of this move? Maybe it means that if I go bishop c5, oh, bishop c5 is a mistake. Guys, can you tell me why? White to play. Come on. Priyanka Maheshwari, Mr. Dam, Gautam B, Yash Bharadia, Arav Arora, fantastic. Kshitij Chaudhary, learn chess with Indian. Take this. After you take here, there is d4 and white has a small edge. And if white plays bishop f2, king f2, knight e5, that's just bad because d4, knight g4, king g1, white is just winning. Center, two bishops, h3 coming up. So Anand decides to go very solid. Anand is like, Richard, I'm not letting you do anything. But Richard is now very happy. I think the right move here would have been d5. But I think Rapport would be prepared with something like bishop b5 stuff. And which is why I think a4 could be a weapon that you guys might want to explore. So Anand goes d6 and now Rapport says that's a small concession. I'll go d4. Vishy takes, knight takes, and white looks slightly better now because the bishop is blocked. Bishop e7, bishop e2, castles, rook e8. And Vishy being very solid. You know, there's a book called My System by Aaron Nimzovich. And he talks about something which is known as you want to attack this pawn. So you go like rook e8, bishop f8, very calmly, provoke f3, and then later try to hit with d5. He gave it some term in his book. So rook e8, He goes a5, gaining more space, and a natural reaction now can be just a6. But Vishy goes knight b4. Wow. What is Anand's plan? And I think Anand is angling for a specific move here. Let's say Rapport plays a move like rook a4, which is very likely, you know, with a player like Richard. But this is not a good move. Why? c5. Fantastic. This is the right move, protecting the knight, attacking the knight here. And now when the knight moves away, let's say knight f3, I'll go bishop d7, hitting your rook. Rook has to go back. Bishop c6, hitting this pawn, and d5. So knight b4 has a clear idea of pushing c5 and later d5. Rapport plays f4. Nice. Richard Rapport is going all out against Vishy Anand. Very interesting. It's a clash of styles, guys. And someone said, can we check this opening in the database? Yeah, let's just do that to see if we can learn something from this. So let me just pull up this and see if we can have a chessboard here. Yeah. Okay, chessboard is here. And let's load the reference to see if anyone, top players, have played this. E4, E5, knight F3, knight F6, knight C3, knight C6, A4. A4 has been played in only 84 games. And there is one player who is very... See, Carlsen has played it. This was in... and Edward Romain has actually analyzed it for ChessBase. Okay, interesting. Adiban has played it against Vashier. Vashier played with Adiban. Carlsen played in 2012. But one player who has played it a lot is Martin Krautsev. Has played it a lot. And Nihal Sarin has also played it. So that's interesting. A4, not very uncommon. And actually, the best move that has scored really well for black is D5. But Krautsev, who is an expert at this opening, has scored well. He takes, and plays bishop b5. I think this is something that I'll work on. Maybe make a video or something on this. Because this is something that definitely is not just an outrageous move. It's more like a prepared idea. Okay, let's go back. And clearly Anand was not prepared for it. So he decided to play it very safe with the move d6 here. And he was like, okay, Rapport, you might come very well prepared, but I'm just going to play calmly. Rook e8, knight b4, f4. And now a very nice move would be bishop f8. But now he goes for the move c5, hitting the knight in the center. Good move. Where does Richard go with his knight? I think most likely he will play his knight to f3. Oh, he goes knight b3. I think Vishy now has a move that gives him a clear edge here. Guys, can you find it? Actually, it's a very interesting idea. Very interesting idea. Govindraj Iyer, very good. Esoteric frame, excellent. Bishop f8. Hitting the e4 pawn, you might say, what's the big deal? I'm anyway going to play bishop f3, defending it here. But now, another important move. Black to play. D5. Viraj Pandit, Amit Roy, Ayush Raj, Govindraj Iyer, Sanket Joshi, Abhinav Garg, D5. And if you play E5, here's the key move. It's a move which is very difficult to spot, but with Anand's form, he might be able to see it. Black to play now. What do you do? Very nice move. Viraj Pandit, Govindraj Iyer, Mainik Mandal, if you play knight e4, I'll just take with the bishop. I'll win a pawn. So the move here, which very few of you have found, is bishop f5. Notice how after taking here, bishop c2 drops this knight on b3. Very important. So this entire concept of the knight looking here, pawn coming to d5, bishop coming to f5 is very interesting. And it's this, black's position is like a springed coil. It wants to expand. So right now just spring coil, coil spring. What am I doing? It's just, it has energy, but it has to be opened up at the right time. And Anand actually thinking here, because, okay, there's also this point, bishop f3, d5. We saw that if he takes with the pawn, if he pushes forward, bishop f5. If he takes with the pawn, bishop f5 is very strong. Looking here. If you go rook f2, I mean, it's just very weird, this entire position. My rook is beautifully positioned. Everything is looking great. And Anand actually plays bishop f8 there. So the other move, and the only move actually which is good, is knight d5, but I take, pawn takes, and again bishop f5 at the right time. And even if you go c3, I have bishop c2 chopping this off. So bishop f8, bishop f3 has happened. Will Vishy Anand play this move d5 is the question. I think very difficult for Anand here, but Anand is playing some sublime chess. There are also other moves in the position, like bishop d7 with the idea of bishop c6. Rakshit says yes, he will. Sakar Chess Ambarnath says he will play. Let's see, guys. Will Vishy play d5? Oh my god, he plays it. भाई ये कौन सा level है? What level is he playing chess at? He's not missing even a single move. He's just finding every resource. Look at this now, black's position. So beautiful. Perfect. Picture of perfection. This is just so good play. Such amazing play by Anand. I can't express to you how amazed I am. Because, you know, d5 as a move might seem easy right now. But to actually see bishop f8, bishop f3 and d5. So, this entire plan, few moves in advance, is not simple. Yeah, it's like seriously very strong play. And now Rapport has his task cut out. In order to maintain the balance, Rapport has to find knight d5, and then a move like c3. What? What? Give up a piece. And already Vishy is putting so much pressure on Richard to find. And I think anyone would think e5. But the moment you see bishop f5, you're like, oh my god, I hadn't seen that coming. And now if rook f2 to defend c2, which is the most logical, now knight e4 is possible, but also very powerful is d4. Hitting this knight. And then making square for my knight here. You can't take f6 because I'm taking c3. And this standoff here is in black's favor because white is slightly undeveloped. He plays e5, which is natural. But now Vishy should play bishop f. I think Vishy might play. He might be a little bit tempted towards d4. I wouldn't blame him if he goes d4. But if he plays bishop f5, it will give him an advantage. Because he's developing a piece, creating a threat, and he plays it. He plays bishop f. Anand OP, guys. He's playing amazing chess. Rook f2. Okay, now rook f2. Two moves, very good moves for black. One is knight e4, which is the natural move. Like, acha bishop yahan laye, so now you must go knight e4. But the other move, more combative, d4. This must be not, again, a moment of choice. Because if you go knight e4, rook e2, white is keeping his balance here. He's not worse. But if you go d4, now suddenly, where does this knight go? Of course, taking here, as we saw, is bad. Because take, and then this entire thing is good for black. So d4, he has to move the knight, but where? Knight a2. And when he goes knight a2, Anand can go knight of d5 with a clear edge. Now look at his pieces, beautifully positioned. Or he can take on a2, rook a2, and then play knight d5. So let's wait here and see if Vishy plays d4 or not. Shashank says Anand ate an engine before the tournament. Mynik says, do you think Vishy can continue in the same vein in Blitz section? Blitz supposed to be very hard for someone like Vishy, who is 52 years old, because 9 rounds a day, and that to every game very quick reflexes are needed. But then again, he's already surprised all of us with his performance here. So we never know. But technically speaking, it should be very tough for him, the Blitz tournament. This event reminds me of Vishy at Tal Memorial in 2018. When he won the rapid segment, I was there with Amruta in Moscow. And Anand played brilliant chess. Please check the game of Anand versus Grishchuk on ChessBase India. Grishchuk's expression, the way Anand beat him. Oh, amazing. That was like the highlight of that event. And Vishy finished ahead of Grishchuk. There was Nepo, there was Kramnik, Gelfand, everyone, Dubov. He won that rapid event. And then in Blitz, it was very tough for him. I think he didn't do so well. So let's see how he does in Blitz. But for now, this game, let's focus here. After rook f2, Anand is taking some serious time here. He was at 19 minutes. He's now down to 16. He has thought for 3 minutes already. if you see the position, knight e4 and d4, these are the only two logical options. And Anand is actually, I think in his mind, wrestling between these two options. Like knight e4, he might think, oh, if he takes here, I can take d4, attack the bishop, then threaten e3, attacking here. So he would really like this, what's happening. But how can you assess a position like rook e2 in your mind? You're like, okay, what can I do here? Is there something? Can I take on c3? If I take c3, b takes c3, where does my knight go? Oh, my d5 pawn is hanging then. Oh, I can't take. And then in your mind, you're like, I'm not getting ahead here in this variation. I need to get ahead somehow. And that's when you play d4, and Vishy Anand plays d4. Sorry. He plays d4. Oh my God. Okay, let's not be so emotional, but d4, really good move, really good. He plays d4. And now Rapport needs to think. So one move that Richard has to, of course, firstly, he can't take, because as you see, this is in black's favor totally. And this a player like Richard Rapport can assess. Like b takes c3, there's this very nice trick. Knight takes c2, rook takes c2, take on d1, bishop d1. And what's the move here, guys? While I drink water with its style, please tell me what's the move. Frankie Cam, Bhavesh Das, Pranav Dandekar, Anshul Nanwani, absolutely, rook e1. And win this bishop. Black is better. So, he will not take here. He plays knight a4. Interesting move. And he is putting pressure here. And I think this is the first moment in the game where Vishy goes wrong. I think he could have gone knight e4 here. He also could have played the move d3, which was seriously very difficult to find, because d3, e takes f6, knight takes c2, you have to find this, and rook hanging, piece down. This is engine-like play. So what Anand did is he played knight d7. And it is still quite good for black, but maybe not as good as knight e4. I think, okay, expecting d3 is a bit too much there. But knight e4 could have been playable. And the point is that after rook e2, you need to see the next move here. Black to play. What do you do? I think it's very difficult to spot this move. What should black play? Very tough. C4 says Matha ticks, but C4, I think knight D4 is hanging. Can't play that. D3 is an interesting move, but this next move is very tough. Mausami Datta, yeah. Soumya Agarwal, random number. Yes, Viraj Pandit, the move is B5. Hitting this knight here, AB6, you take back. And after he takes here, you are okay to take and hit the knight again because this is pinned. So this is very tough to spot a move, an idea like this. And I think humans are not yet evolved to that extent that they can find it. So Anand went knight d7, which is kind of logical. He's saying to his opponent that, look, you are attacking c5 twice. I have it covered twice now. And I also have my pieces well positioned. And I can think of going b5. Like, let's say if you go h3 just as a move, then I could think of playing b5. Oh, no, I can't because this bishop is open here. Sorry, I should not play. Maybe queen c7 next. Trying to just keep all the pieces together. What if bishop takes b7? Mosami Datta. Good question, Mosami. He will go rook b8. And now the point is, if you move your bishop back, then get ready for some knight c2 tricks with the rook getting activated here. Like here, maybe I was thinking knight c2, rook c2 and rook b3. Already very good for black. But a6 is what? By the way, he's taken here. Richard has taken rook b8 and I think he will go a6. You see, with Richard Rapport, the player that he is, he always creates mess on the board. You know, like complete chaos. Knight is on the side. Some teacher told in childhood, don't move your knight on the rim. They are dim. Richard is like, oh, who cares? He says, don't move your rook pawns in the opening. He says, who cares? You know, he's that kind of a player. And he's strong. That's why it works. You know, it doesn't work with anyone. Not everyone can play like him. By the way, a6 has been played. And now the question arises, what should Vishy Anand play here? Black to move. Try to think. Right now, Anand is a pawn down. But as we said, the knights are weird on the side of the board. Yeah, he literally doesn't care. Sakar Chess says that's why I like him. So there are the thing which is in white's favor is this superior placed pieces, right? And in order to make use of them, what do? You have to open up the position. And how can you open up the position? There are a few ways in which you can open up this position. F6, Uday Doifode, checkmate, Sagar Bhatnagar, Naman, Pushkar Dere. Yes, this is one way to go F6, a very conventional way. Hitting the center, asking Richard, what do you want to do? Because if you take here, then all of a sudden my knight jumps in. Your knights are terrible. My knight is coming in from this side. My rook is on an open file. It's a horrible position for you after f6. But there is also an unconventional way to open the position, and that is to go g5. And people are like, what? Are you crazy? How can you even think about a move like g5? Your king is getting so weak. Well, the point is that after fg5, I simply drop my bishop back because it was attacked. And next move, I'm planning to pick this up with my knight. And then, once again, I'm making use of the fact that my pieces are more active. Like bishop d6 and so on. g4 is one move that should be thought of. But after bishop e6, f5, it turns out that after bishop b3 and knight e5, black is totally better. So Anand, in the similar vein, of what we are discussing here, understands that he must open up and do something. And so he decides that he should get active with the move d3. And this is where he has pushed his pawn forward. Very interesting. Very interesting. Like instead of f6, Anand prefers to play d3. I think f6, he might have also been a little afraid of c3. But his knight could have jumped to d3. It was quite possible. So, d3 has been played in the position. And now for Richard, if he takes, knight takes, what do you do next is a big question. A very natural idea seems to be rook d2 to put pressure this way. But then Anand can go like at least c4 here. But there is a very strong move here, and I'm going to ask you in the chat, what should black play in this position? Very nice move. Very nice move. Pushkar Dhere says knight b6. Possible, Pushkar. But if you go knight b6, I will take here AB and then g4, pushing you away from this knight. Slightly scatty. Yes, you are right. This next move will blow your mind. It is knight f6, and it also shows how beautiful chess is. The knight is coming here, maybe in the center. Could come to g4 as well. Stops g4 for the time being. If you take here, I have rook. I want to give this check, but actually if I give, you take, and actually it's white who is winning this. Because white is a piece up. So, not this, but actually to play c4 first. No, I think this is too much. This is too much to even consider. Like the knight moves, then there is queen d4 check and knight f2 business there. Then queen d1 would end. I think no, this is not possible to figure out. So here takes. I think rook d2 is a very nice move. Although rook f1 is also a good, interesting move. You know, Vishy, oh, by the way, he has not taken on d4. He's played c4. Wow. Richard lets the pawn live here on d3. But then why not push c3? Why to push c4? I think the reason lies in the fact that here black has a winning move. What's the move here for black? What is the winning move here for black? Just connecting everything. Yes, Riddhi, Chess Wizard, Mathematics, Arvind, Bhavesh Das, Manoj, Arpan, Pratima, Kenananda, c4. Just connecting all of this. Knight is well placed and black is better. So that's the reason why Richard has played c4. Because after knight c2, if he moves his rook, black does not get the move c4 here. That's the point. Anand is thinking here whether he should jump into the opportunity to put his knight on c2 or not. Because now that his knight is not disturbed, he is not obliged to go to c2. He can wait. And then again, we think about these ideas which we were talking about. f6, g5. Let's open up the position. Do you think Anand will play f6 here, guys? Do you think he will go g5? Or do you think he will play knight c2? What is your guess? Vamsi Chadda says nf6. Ooh, Vamsi Chadda, are you sure this will work? Because after takes, I understand you want to go knight c2, hitting the rook and also threatening this. But I can go now bishop d2, giving up my rook, which is defended, by the way. So I'll get 2 pieces for a rook and I've stopped your rook e1. So no, I don't think knight f6 works so well. f6 is what people think he might do. But Vishy goes for a 4th option here. He plays his knight to b6. Interesting. Very interesting. If you take here knight c5, which looks plausible, then I take knight c4. Okay, Amrita is back home. So that way you cannot take on c5, because then look at this, black's pieces are just completely all around white with the d3 pawn tremendously strong. So knight b6. Actually, it's not easy for Rapport to figure out what to do. I think somewhere he might think of going all this move like g4, but guys, g4 is super dangerous, right? g4, bishop drops back, I'm attacking here, you have weakened your king a bit. Actually, I'm beginning to like Anand's position a lot. Practically speaking, it's not easy to play like Rapport. Actually, it's only because Rapport is white, we can be sure that he will keep finding resources. Because if there's anyone else, his position already looks very suspect. But Rapport has made a living out of playing suspect chess. What if Rapport takes on b6? Then he'll take with the queen. Of course, he will not take with the pawn and let this pawn be such a monster on the a file. He'll take with the queen here. Vishy is a pawn down. Count the pawns. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 for white, 6 for black. But look at this pawn. This is like a, how do you say? It's a pawn which is an IIT plus MBA plus GM plus like IIM and CA and everything. Beautiful pawn. It's just broken out ahead of it. The pawn is like Anand in Indian chess. Sumit says, why not g4 bishop c8? Sumit, why to go behind? You know, this bishop is not such a great bishop, by the way. It's doing well. But if I can attack here, why not? I mean, yes, you can exchange, by the way. It's not like you cannot do it. He takes, you will take back with the queen, and maybe it creates more weaknesses. So it's also very logical to come back here. But I think bishop e6 is the more natural way to hit here. Manas Chaudhary says it will do UPSC and die out. Who knows? Who knows? Who knows what this pawn is capable of? As you know, it will either give black the victory or it will just die there. Achieve nothing in spite of moving. There. I came so far. Something like that, yeah? In the end, it doesn't even matter. But let's see. Sharma ji ka beta hai. Richard, 9 minutes. Anand, 10 minutes, 39 seconds. I think what Rapport is thinking is that I don't want to give up this pawn. And if I don't want to give this up, I basically have two ideas. One is I can take, or other is I can attack. But he says I have third. I can defend this. Wow. Guys, what is this happening here? Just tell me. All four knights have kind of called a meeting on the side of the... See, this is what Rapport does. This is the way he plays chess. Amazing. And now, can Anand play a move like f6? Still, break the position. No? Why? I don't even understand. Knight c3. Can I take fe? Fe. Rook e5. Bishop f4. Oh, trouble. Suddenly this bishop looks really cool, yeah, when things open up. Knight a5 is such a cool move by Richard Rapport. Wow. Can we... I don't even know what to suggest because he's going bishop d2. Richard is saying that Anand, prove your pawn compensation. You're a pawn down. Vishy takes on a4. Okay. What do you take with? Knight or the queen? What do you take it back with? Both look plausible. I really want to play f6 and breathe for this rook, for this bishop to come out here, for my queen to come out. Like here, my mind is just shouting, let's go f6. But actually the engine doesn't like it because it says bishop d2. Something like this. And when you take on e5, it says you will take here, and then there is a fork. So knight a5, as we saw, is actually creating this threat of knight c6 if the knight on b4 is removed. So bishop d2 takes and knight c6 is definitely an idea. Take. Rakshit Singh with a very nice information like always. Anand in Superbet Rapid has gained 62.2 elo points in 8 rounds and is now rated 2737 and ranked number 13 in the world. Amazing. Vamsi Chadda says bishop d7. Vamsi, my only problem is that yes, this move is decent, but after queen goes back, you will have to do something with this bishop, right? It's not so well placed on d7. So queen a4 has happened. From all the variations, I'm understanding that this position is not easy to play for both sides. Not for white, not for black. Like every move, there are choices and many choices. It's not like yesterday Duda's game where the path was relatively simple to understand. Okay, this is forced, this is hanging, and so on. Here it's like, oh, I can go queen b6, I can think about f6. Even when you play f6, an engine gives a huge advantage to white. It's not even clear why. Like, who would find move like bd2, just giving up the e5 pawn? Like, that's the thing. Knight c2, yeah, there's some of you are mentioning knight c2, but knight c6 has to be taken care. Nayan says 62 is the amount of elo I lose every day. Saksham call says rook e6. Saksham, that's a nice move, but you know what's the plan? Yeah, just controlling this square on c6, but then bishop d2. White anyway wants to do that and get his rook in the game. White wants to achieve that. We have Amruta here. Hi Amruta. How are you? She's good. She's going to join us maybe for Champions Chess Tour, maybe later. Today's Vidit versus Carlson. Very excitedly looking forward to it. It's the second round, and so it will be at 10:30. Once the game ends, we'll start with that stream. But for now, can Anand beat Richard Rapport in his territory in a game which is super complex, not at all easy for both sides to play? Vishy has 6 minutes 50 seconds, Rapport has 8 minutes 11 seconds. Do you think there is any future for the pawn on d3? Looks like it has come to a halt because bishop d2 is the guy who is going to ask him to stop. I think one move which is very logical is queen b6, and Vishy might play it because the bishop d2, you go knight c2, attacking here, and then you want to take this pawn, and then the knight could come here and here, something like that. Rook b7 is an idea. Maybe not. Why to give up your rook and give him a passer? Any other ideas, guys? Why not bishop c8? Okay, interesting. Can it work now? Bishop c8, bishop d2. Guys, bishop d2 aa raha hai, and you take here, I take here. Very strong pawn. Anand goes bishop. Oh, he goes bishop d7. He played that move which someone had mentioned. Queen d1 has been played. I think Vamsi Chadda had mentioned that. Bishop d7. Queen d1. Now what? But Vishy. I think Richard Rapport has much better chances now. Rook e6. And I think Richard will play bd2. It's a natural and a good move. Threatening to take here. And Anand will have to figure out what to do next. Aha, okay, he wants to take a6 pawn. That's his idea. But then f5, hitting your rook. Do you want to go to b6? This pawn is hanging and Anand has gone after it. But I'm not so sure. I'm not so sure. Like even if I go rook a3, you cannot be taking this pawn. Your d3 pawn is hanging. Can't do that. Rook p6 says TSS Krishna. Yeah, I also thought the rook belongs here. Let's say after bishop d2 I go here. But then after I take, you take with the rook. Then queen d3, you just lost your overachiever pawn, you know. That's not what you want. By the way, bd2 played by Richard Rapport. Showing great class here, Richard. Richie is what he is called. And that too after losing to Wesley so in the last round. He is showing great character here. So now the question is if Anand can take here. Because if white takes here, then Anand is doing excellently well. Rook here, all good. Everything excellent. In fact, he is even better. But after knight a6, f5 is the problem. And then you could think of giving up some material here with rook e5, bishop a6, rook b2. Wow. Guys, I think Vishy might take here on a6. This is what I feel. And if he sees like f5, I was thinking rook b6, but then there is e6. And if you take fe, bishop e6, there is knight c6, fork, rook c6, bishop c6. Better. But this is a variation which really is very complex. Like take here f5, rook e5. Get the rook here, give up material. By the way, bishop d5 played. After Anand took on a6, which he did, Rapport didn't go f5. He went bishop d5. And this Vishy can now play in Petrosian style. What was Petrosian style? In one of his games, he took on b2, and when his opponent took here, he took back, he gave up the exchange just so that he could control all the light squares. By the way, take here, take, check and win the rook. So, there are all such tactics in the air. But Anand goes for rook e b6. But after bishop c3, it seems like white is in total control now because the d3 pawn is falling. But I think Vishy won't give it up so easily. The knight will come back. Knight will fight for the survival. And when bishop takes, rook takes, if you win this pawn, I will win at least b2 pawn. Yeah, he has played knight b4. So Vishy is still fighting in this position. Yes, IIT, IIM all has been wasted. It seems like this pawn is going to be lost soon. He achieved a lot, but in the end it died. I think take. Okay, there is knight c6. Knight c6. Oof, what a move. Knight c6, bishop c6, rook b2. Rook b2, what's the winning move for white? Guys, very quickly. Bhagesh Rikaduskar says, then became a stand-up comedian. Yeah, Manas Chaudhary, Shaibi Binoj, Sminil Mahajan, Shashank Ashwath, very well. Arjun Balamurli, Viraj Pandit, Pranav Dandekar, fantastic. Bishop f7 and you lose this here. So, I think Richard would really not want to give up this pride of his position, but he should. He might want to go f5 in the position. He's like, you know, let's go for it. Let's attack. Let's push e6. I think it's a very natural human move. f5. Just khelo. But then Anand can go rook a6, attacking the a5 knight like this. Yeah, he played f5. So Richard has gone f5, and now for Vishy, it's a tough position because you see the avalanche coming at you. You see the rook backing it, two bishops backing it, the queen all ready to enter, and you feel like it has a massive attack written all over it. To make a move like rook a6 on the other side of the board is not easy. It's very difficult to make a move like rook a6. But Anand can play it. But Vishy actually goes knight takes d5, c takes d5, and then protects his pawn. That pawn still alive, has not died, with bishop b5. But look at what white has achieved. This is like, you know, a very good example of akela admi, alone, and a team. Team always achieves more than a loner, a lone person. I mean, you can make stories up for everything. Like, if you want to show how one person is better than the team, then you say, lions always hunt alone, not like wolves. And when you want to show teamwork, you can say, wolves can hunt better, something like that. And there, Anand also gets his pawns here together as a team, but they are kind of blocked up. While these pawns are more mobile and can move forward, any of the pawns can move forward. Now this position looks so difficult. King h1, very nice move by Rapport. Just putting his king on the side. He knows that Vishy can't do much now. And also his threat was bishop c5 to pin this. So he's just moved it away. You see how these three pawns are preventing black from doing anything special. f6 played by Anand. Interesting move. Nice, nice. Actually, Vishy is hoping that he goes e6 and then he can blockade with rook d6. In fact, now he's back in the game with this hanging. So f6, Rapport has to find this move knight c6. Not easy. Not easy to put your knight there, allow your pawns to be broken up. Oh, he's taken on f6. He's taken on f6. But now, look at Anand's idea. He wants to take with the rook. Vishy, do you want to take with the rook and give an exchange sack? Is that true? Is that true? Vishy has kind of broken up the unity of this pawn, and exchange sack would be enormous. That would be very cool. Because gf6, your king gets weakened. You know, your king is open. Like knight c4, bishop c4, check here, and then you lose this. Oh, he takes with the rook. He takes it. He takes with the rook. He gives up the exchange. He breaks the unity. He's like, you know, these three are like, we stand for each other. And you're like, Are, 1 lakh rupees for you. He's like, oh, 1 lakh. Let's go. And like, oh, bhai, now we are all alone. You know, something like that. That was a bribe. And now these two pawns are not so well placed. Now Anand is fighting back in the game because although he's exchanged down, if black takes, if white takes, now of course you must take, and you can actually save it because if you had gone bishop f6, queen f6, I think black is very happy. He has attack here, bishop coming out. Takes, rook f7, Vishy fighting on. This is a good fight. Great fight actually. Great fight. This f6 move was really smart. Really smart. Okay. Still rapport better. But position unclear now. Like first when you had these 3 pawns here, it was looking very scary. But now with these pawns gone away, no longer so scary. 5 pawns each. What should white do here now? Because white has 3 minutes 24 seconds. Anand has 2 minutes 43 seconds. Rook a4 has been played. And now Vishy has to swing this rook from here and attack here. Can he find it? You know, you have to look at the entire board. You have, on one hand, this rook swings from here to here. On the other hand, the rook swings from here to here. It's not easy. But you want to defend this pawn somehow. And you have to figure that there is no way to defend it. Like you want to bring your queen here, but it's controlled, this square. How do you defend? Where do you go? You can't see a move. And that's where you see, oh, I can't defend, I need to counter attack. And that's where you see rook b5. But if you don't see it at all, then you play a move like bishop c5, hitting another piece here. But then after rook f1, now rook b5 is, oh, Anand finds rook b5. Bhai, kya move kar raha hai, yaar. What a move. Awesome. Awesome. And now, guys, after rook c4, Vishy is finding all these. Rook f5. By the way, c7 would be a blunder. Queen c8. Black wins. Because then there is power here and rook hangs. So you have to give up your queen. Takes. Overachiever. Guys, bhulna mat. Zinda hai. Tiger abhi zinda hai. Takes. Threatening a back rank mate. Rook has to go back. Now this guy is an overachiever. Bishop comes here. c7. You take it. Rook takes, and in the end we have a 2 rook versus queen endgame. Who's winning? Not sure. Maybe a draw. Like take here. This could be a draw. Very good chances that this can be a draw. I mean, we just calculated like what, 8 moves ahead. Rook b5 has been played attacking here. Will Richard want to play g4 and defend his pawn? But then Anand will defend his pawn. See, he made a way like this. 2 minutes 10 seconds for Richard, 2 minutes 9 seconds for Anand. It's like the battle has been immense, right? Matlab, kya maza aa raha hai? f6 has been played. And now Vishy has to find rook c5. Like, there's a pawn coming at you, but you are like, you can't take. Your queen is hanging. So you can go rook c5. So you have to keep your cool, not get impacted by your opponent's move and play it. And Anand plays it. He plays it. Rook c5. Defending this pawn. You know, there's this thing about chess where you keep making moves that keep you in the game. It's very tough. Someone or the other collapses often. But here you see both players not really collapsing. Queen g4. Especially Vishy not collapsing. He's resisting so hard. He's resisting like as if his life depends on this game. Rook takes c6 now. Take this pawn. Where do you go? Like, he goes h5. Oh, this allows queen g6. I think this is a first real huge error of the game. Queen g6 now. If Richard Rapport finds it, the point might be very subtle. Like here, rook takes c6. You think you're pinning here. Oh, but Anand has missed this move here. Guys, what's the move here? Oh, he's missed it. Actually, Vishy, queen d6. Missed queen f7. That was the point. Anand, because Anand thought he's winning. He missed queen f7. And now Rapport wins. Take here, check, and queen because the pawn is protected. That was the thing. Even in the variation I was trying to show you after queen g6, it was the same concept here. Queen takes f7. This was the move. Actually, queen d5, and Vishy is still in the game. Queen e6. What a nice idea. Queen d6 and queen f7. And so, as I was saying, yeah, Anand was not collapsing and he collapsed. This is what generally happens in chess. One of the players collapsed, but the amount of time they both kept making great moves was quite high. It was like many moves. Great play by both sides. I enjoyed it tremendously. In fact, Rapport really played well. But Vishy Anand is the man of the moment. He lost his last round, but he won the tournament with 14 points. And hats off, even the last game was tremendous. Like, the move for me, for sure, was f6 here. It was a move where Anand was just in big trouble here, but he found a way to create his chance and then to take with the rook. It was a good game. Good game. Rook b5, rook f5. Sorry, this didn't happen. He played f6 and then Kabir says, I think I've become a fan of Rapport. True. Great play by Rapport. I think great play. And that's why you can see, guys, he's reached the candidates. It's not like you reach such a big stage just like that. He really played well. Okay, guys, I am now going to go and start my coverage of the Champions Chess Tour. Thank you all for following this. Tomorrow will be Blitz. I'll be covering it. We will watch the games of Vishy together. It will be high-paced action. Anything can happen. But do leave some comment here for Vishy Anand. Do like this stream. He's won a tournament. Although it's a combined event, he still won the rapid part. So please do send in your congratulations to him below the stream. Thank you all for following. Take care. See you in a bit for the Champions Chess Tour. Bye bye.